Hey, hello, this is Zachary from Zachary 3D Prints here on Monday evening, my time, 9 o'clock and 6 minutes past starting. Anyways, I was very busy between dinner and now because in the past I had problems or issues installing Fluid on a Raspberry Pi. So far it is working. I mean more in the sense of like the, how you call it, the preparations for it. So on the SD card is a copy of Fluid fully installed. I still need to add the Ender-6 to it. I did the clipper part as well, meaning like the clipper.bin file for the one that I'm going to follow here. So everybody who just joined for this live stream, hey, hello, my name is Zachary from Zachary 3D Prints. Already 5 viewers, 3 likes, so hey, that's amazing. Thank you guys. So for the ones that are tuning in and missed the whole thing yesterday, this is my Creality Ender-6. It's one of the OG printers from the early days. Great printer. I did use it quite a lot. Basically, it was all the time printing. I also did do some troubleshooting for people online with it. Then I had, like 2 years or 3 years ago, I had this brilliant idea to Voronize it, but basically putting clipper on it and putting some extra things on it. But later on, something like the top cover, I still have it, but it is in the place where it's now standing a little bit in the way. Hey, Elven Prince, how you doing? Guten Abend. So was not really practical for this space, and basically I'm printing PLA on this machine, so, and I mean it's standing across my workbench, so I'm planning to use this printer more if it is listening to what the user is saying to it. Yesterday I just, you know, did do some updates. I did do other things as well, and I always had this passion to add a webcam to it in order to see what I'm printing. I know from Mainsail it is working very nicely with the C920 Logitech camera, but the one that I want to use for this one didn't work at all. I have no idea what is wrong with the clipper or the mainsail, but no matter what I was trying, it did not work. Not that I was doing that yesterday, but in the past I did try it off camera. Now, if I changed it back to the camera that I'm now using as a webcam, and this camera is no, I need to say it differently. So once I swapped the cameras, you know, like the one that wasn't working into the one that I knew that it was working, no problem, it was working. But then I switched it back, and then there the issues started. Well, now what did I do? I pulled the plug and I was like, okay, so I have read that Fluid supports webcams better than Mainsail. And basically a lot of Clipper 3D printers not running Mainsail, but running Fluid. So what I'm going to do now is basically, or what I did off camera, was installing Fluid on the Raspberry Pi. Now it's not really on the Raspberry Pi, it's sitting on a micro SD card that is sitting for the rest for the duration in the Raspberry Pi. So it's not going anywhere. I still need to find a buck converter so that I don't need to have two wires to connect this 3D printer to power, because insufficient power for a Raspberry Pi when running Clipper can be very annoying, and I had it in the past as well, like getting every single time the message popping up like underpowered, not enough power, stuff like that you don't want to have. So wow. So basically, Fluid is now installed on there. I have the camera already connected to the Raspberry Pi because I don't want to do that later on. It is connected through this cable to the controller board. I switched from the old controller board back to the original Creality Ender-6 board. So yeah, micro SD card is going here in the side of the screen to flash it. I know from the past that I tried to do something, but it didn't work. So I hope that the flashing with Fluid did work, but we will find out a little bit later during this live stream. So there's still some exciting stuff going to happen. So so I'm following the instructions of the 3D print beginner, also an amazing person to talk with. Did I see him in person? Yeah, I think I did. Or maybe I don't. I don't know. So with the installation that I'm doing, I want to get also functionality in the display. It's called the firmware from Disu. I already flashed the screen in the past, but I never got it to work with mainsail because you need to have Fluid in order to do that, and also a specific kind of config file in order to work with it. So here let's see if I can show this. So this is basically where 3dprintbeginner.com fully continues, like okay, so then you got the clipper.bin file, you put it into the SD card, the SD card goes into the printer, the installation process takes about 15 seconds. I recommend you to wait for a minute, then remove the SD card and then restart your printer. So that is the stage at this moment. As you are doing some firmware updates, also it doesn't really matter if it is a Clipper, a 3D printer or a normal standard Marlin printer, but every single time when you are going to update your firmware, the file is called .bin or .hex.bin. And once it is flashed and you are reinserting the SD card or the micro SD card back into the computer, the .bin file is now called .cur. So cursor. Something happened with the file. I did have the message on my, or message. I had a second file on this SD card when I only put one there, so there was also an EEPROM file in there as well. So I hope I didn't screw it up, but or else I need to take another SD card and try it again. So the last thing that he mentioned is flash the Ender-6 touchscreen. I already did that part in the past, so I'm not going to do that. So format a micro SD card to FAT32 with a 4096 allocation unit size. Don't skip this step, it's important. Unzip the archive content and copy the win_set folder on the root of your micro SD card. So instead of putting it in here, because this is the SD card reader for the controller board. So basically, if for some reason something didn't work as it's supposed to, I can always flip the printer on its side and then check what was happening. There's also a possibility, I did it in the past with the Voron V0.2 to flash it using the Raspberry Pi method, but I need to dig then really deep in order to find the solution for that. But first, let's see how far that we come. So turn on your printer. This will start the installation process. Wait until the SD card process end message shows up. Then turn off the printer. When you start the printer again, the screen will only show the Clipper logo. The main menu will only show up after you connect Clipper to the board. So now, how are we going to do that? You can download my sample configuration to get you started. So we are going to open that part. So save. Now we are going here to the yeah. So this is Mac, but I've got it here, and it's already saying fluid. Let's take it. It's a sweet time. Let's see. Tinkerwell. Good evening, Zach. Been a while. Have to go already. Have a lovely evening, all of you. Oh, cool. Tinkerwell. How are you doing? So for some reason, this takes a while. Although when I'm looking to the other side or on the other computer, I see that we have a connection. Okay, so this is weird. Um, so Yeah, this is pretty weird. This is this is pretty weird. Because here it's trying to connect with Moonraker, but on the other computer I could just go on to this IP address, which is weird. So in the meantime, I'm switching over to this camera. I'm doing fine, a little bit, I think I have a flu, but everything else seems to go pretty nice. Can't complain. Weather was also like 22, 23 degrees. Serious? So I don't want to use my other computer in order to do stuff. The funny part is, um, I I connect the Raspberry Pi. I connect it with my second keyboard with my one of my screens through HDMI, and during the Clipper config of Fluid, I uh, I I use the Kai method to Clipper installation application update something. I don't know how people pronounce that. Anyways, so I use that method. So I started from the list from the top and I worked all the way through. So at some point there was this option on the right hand side to install display as well. I never saw a Clipper screen as a 24-inch tall, big display where you see the touch screen buttons, which are not really touch screen, which isn't really a touch screen. Hey Max, that's been a while. Wow, I haven't made it to one of your live stream in so long. Everything looks different now. Yeah, I mean, was the other time also that you were that I was also streaming from the attic? Yeah, I can turn the camera around, but in this case I'm not going to do that if you don't mind. But I can already tell that there are some pretty much or pretty there are a lot of videos going around on my channel about the attic rebuild. So if you have some spare time, then you can watch. If you don't, then you don't. That's simple. Happy to see the cutie still on the rack. What a monster. Still dream of the one of those. Yeah, this one? You mean like a monster or the other one that is standing one lower? I can say about this one. I was so happy with this one. Even though in the X was a little bit off, it was printing every single time perfectly, without doubt. So I reached out to Curitech when they released that one, and I said, "Hey, can you send me the X Plus 3 over so that I can compare it and I can make videos with it?" And they said like, yeah, sure. And so after a few weeks, maybe a few months waiting, I received that one. Very big, chunky and heavy printer, but I can tell you, this one is heavier than that one. This one feels heavy, but that one is actually heavier. But that one, the X Plus 3, it's a beast. It's my go-to when it comes to ABS printing. Last weekend I printed a lot of parts for the positron for the positron. It was already black with these blue accents. These came from Justin, and the whole positron team built it in a hotel lobby. But because it was a rush job, some things were not going as it's supposed to. I had some issues. I had some other things, and I was thinking a long time to actually print new parts in the color of my choice. So I am a fan of Polymaker, and so I bought 2 spools of ABS from Polymaker, and one of the colors is this. I don't know if it is on camera visible, but it's the Polymaker teal color. Let's say like that. So I have printed all the parts this, and also some Galaxy dark gray. But eventually I started swapping out these parts only, and I was like, those are looking way better in the black teal color combination. It's really like popping out, you know. Was looking amazing, but all the ABS parts on that machine were looking perfect. This printer was also printing ABS parts. I had to make some little changes in order to get parts out a little bit better, but still didn't do the job. Hey, toothpaste. Huh? Really? You mean like toothpaste color or something? Yeah, so they have now the X Plus 4 or the X Max 4, I don't know. I heard a lot of people complaining about the X Max 3, so the bigger variant of this one. But the only issue that I had was that I ripped the coating off one of the sides of the build plate. That was the only thing when I was printing ABS on it. The toothpaste remark. So yeah, I'm trying to install a clipper here on the Creality Ender-6. Trying to connect to Moonraker. For so far, I have no idea why it's not doing what it's supposed to do. Hmm. Wow. Yeah, I'm going to try the other one, the other computer, and see what it's doing there. Wow. So on my desk, it's so funny. On my desktop, I can just log in. On the other one, I can't. So I'm going to do something a little bit different. Okay. Okay. So for some reason, because I am using Google Home on the same account on two different PCs, maybe it is giving problems with that, I don't know. But anyways, so far I have like this. So I now need to upload file. Let's see. Ah. Oh, do I really need to? So now let's try it again. Add. Did that one change in a blink? Yeah, I also think I need to go to the MCU section and then change it into the one that I have. So I need to change that. Let's see. Yeah, I need to switch because I only have two screens, so let's change. Let's see. Oh, passless. Hey, lurking while working. Hey, that is that's a nice rhyme. hit the like button. Thank you. Hey, Medic 3D Medic fans, how are you doing? Welcome to this live stream. I need to be a little bit ashamed, Passlist, because I didn't make it to your live stream on Twitch. So I guess I'm going to do that very quickly. So I now need to get into the pie in order to find the right, or maybe I should, wait, hold your horses. So I have this already, so save and restart. I'm just going to do a save and restart. Let's see what it is going to do. So basically this is so far as I got. And this is also a little reminder what I have had in the past. So some of the fluid warning. So I need to figure out the pause resume, Moonraker warning pad, Moonraker warnings found, G codes pad. Oh! My screen is working, or at least it's showing something. I see the temperature of the nozzle, I see the temperature of the bed, I have clickable buttons. Yes! I can do the volume, I can do bed leveling. Nice! So the only things are that. And then after those are finished, then I'm going to work on the camera. And then I hope to have ticked off all boxes. Yeah, maybe some calibrations as well. I cannot do the acceleration or accelerometer. I always have a problem with pronouncing that word. I don't know how the people actually do that. So victory on this side of the screen. Yes. Fridays I stream at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. So early. Only on Fridays? Not other days? If you are streaming, where do you live exactly in the US? I think somewhere in... You mentioned driving the other time. You live in Illinois something? So let we say like around 7 hours ahead of time, or past, no, ahead of time. So if I'm streaming at 9, if you're streaming at 8:30, oh my god, I thought you were American. Montreal, Canada, of course. Of course. I'm not going to say anything bad anymore. But oh my gosh, the screen is finally working. Hi! I, I want to test something. So, if the screen is working, then I would be able to... okay, so I'm going for presets. So I try using the screen here to start heating. I'm going to show you the other screen. So, okay, we still have this here, okay? So, you don't see that. So we still have these little messages. We can solve that. So, preset, let's say like ABS. But I think that that would run into an issue. No, it is not running into an issue. I can hear the fan going a little bit slower. So that means that it is now, you know, I've got also BL Touch on there, so I also need to see how I'm going to add that one as well. So that is working. So now let's say like, oh, I don't need to heat up, right? So let's click on cool. And that is also working. Nice. Very, very nice. So pause, resume not found. So in the config file that I just added, I need to handle those. But let's do one thing. So first we are going to software updates. OS package. Let's update that one. Yeah, and basically I use the you know, if you are going to install Fluid, you have to work with this Clipper installation assistant updates host, right? So I use that method, but in order to come there, you have to install Raspberry Pi Lite, something like that, and then you are going to type a lot of things that are not really your average day job thing, and then you are going to download the latest things, basically. Do you need to update? No, not really, basically, because if you're going to get it from the GitHub, you most of the times you will get the latest version, which is pretty cool. So now I'm basically updating the operating system packages. And also Moonraker is up to date. So I need to check what else I'm missing. But basically the printer config file should be basically for this printer. But he was using a Raspberry Pi Zero. I'm using a Raspberry Pi 3. But that shouldn't be that big of a problem. We will find out. And if I want, I've got two more ports. So basically, if I have a wild idea and I say like, oh, I have a CR200B, which I also want to put Clipper on, then I can put these two machines next to each other making sure to have the Raspberry Pi as close as possible, because if you think about it, in general, this is very similar like the CR200B. Don't get me killed yet. This is a Core XY. The CR200B is not a Core XY, it's just a normal Cartesian 3D printer. But the screen is similar. Now, in order to get the screen working as this one, I should get to that screen and then also flash it with the same kind of firmware. But I'm not really thinking about it to actually do this on the CR200B, because I haven't used it in a while. Yeah, it's a Raspberry Pi 3B, I think 4 gigabytes, gigabytes, I think, maybe even 2. No, this is 4. I think this is 4. But I noticed that very quickly that this one is slower than the 4s, than the Raspberry Pi 4. So in the meantime that this one is doing that, I'm going to switch over to the other screen so that I can read the chat. I even speak some French. Ah, oui, oui. I don't speak French. Let's change the battery. But is Friday the only day that you do live streaming? Or you also have other days that you do that? Asking for a friend. Now let's see what the status is for the fluid. It's still updating. Oh my gosh. And so the cool thing is, I'm using a lot of the times, I'm using Orca Slicer, and now basically having more and more printers running Clipper, I can send prints over without physically having a SD card or a USB thumb drive. So it is nice. It's nice. How's the chat doing? How are you guys? Yeah, normally I don't do so many live streams, but I was like, why not? It's taking its sweet time to update. I'm really curious if the camera is going to work, but I want to find it out later. Basically I want to find it out as soon as possible. Yeah, and then I need to find a housing for this so that I can put it somewhere here on the side. I'll find here. Oh, nice. Think a while. Where are you working on currently? Oh, there's even PID tuning on it. Oh wow. I'm working on a Tronxy to VZ bot conversion, sort of. Oh, cool. Which kind of Tronxy? A Corks White Tronxy? Which kind of size? Like 400, 400, 350, 350, 600, 600? The biggest or the smallest? Or maybe just an even smaller one? Back a few years ago, when they were making really big ones, I was like, yeah, I really would want to have, you know, the biggest one, like the 600. But people were saying like, yeah, but they, oh, the X5S, 300 times 330 times 330. Oh, okay, so a big one, but not the biggest. Oh, cool. Yeah, I heard some mixed uh, reviews about that. But seeing that you are going to convert it, you are kind of happy, but you want to get the best out of it. How far am I off? Or maybe not, I don't know. Now, system update, how far are you? Oh, finish. Finisher. Yeah, check for updates. Probably not. Ah, unofficial remote URL. GitHub DSU Clipper. I don't think that that would be a huge issue. Um, so let's find a solution to solve this. So we have those warnings found. Could it be that it wants to save it on the SD card here? No, it says virtual SD card. So we have here table of contents. I'm going to share my screen here. You will see exactly what I'm doing, where I'm looking at. So we have issue like pause resume. Pause resume is here. So we are going to run over it. Fluid requires your printer be set up with a virtual SD card. This allows file uploads to work correctly. If you get G-code pads not found, error in Fluid, it's general the first place to look. So we are going here, configuration, we are going to click on here. And we are just going to pretend that we are very smart and that we know exactly what we are doing. And let's see, X. But just for a little thing, I think I need to do something about these stepper motors, because the stepper motors are a 0.9 degrees instead of 1.8. So I think the rotation distance I need to check. So it's still going to be a lot of fun. This is also something that we need to look at. Extruder. So this is all correct. So path G-code. So that is the thing. Now I need to switch. So path / G-code underscore files. It's what I have here. But the thing is, I have an error message. So in order to go back and forth, the G-code path received for Clipper does not match the expected location. So it needs to be because Zachary is standing in front of it. Is that maybe it? But now it turns from, so I had it first like this. Into this. And there was also something with cancel pause. So I have done this. If I click on save, does it? Do I need to restart every single time? So now I get another message. So this is not correct. Let's see. It's not a per se bad printer, but I want to push it to something better. It has potential. Yeah. Need a closed printer for ABS. I don't own one, so that sucks. Oh. Okay, cool. Hey, Kitty's Corner. Hi. Why would you move to attic? Why did I move to the attic? Well, basically, I was sitting in basically the smallest room. This is actually quite funny. My whole studio was like 2 by 3 meters, 6 square meters, straight walls. My youngest daughter, she used to be there in that room, and I was in the living room, kitchen, living room kind of thing. Yeah, you can watch my early day videos. You know exactly what I mean. So I took the smallest room because my youngest daughter, she didn't want to. Yeah, she wants to be with the bigger sister in the same room. So I said to her like, if you are really sure, then I'll take that room. So long story short, I moved in, and now after a few years being there, she finally decided to have that room. So I said like, yeah, I need to expand. Yeah, I need to expand. Um, so from 6 square meters to almost 14, but having also roof sections on places, I cannot store everything anywhere in this room, or not everywhere. So basically, from all the rooms, this is the only from the whole room. The wall behind me is the only wall that is straight. Um, and then I've got this roof section parts. So basically, I can store a lot when it comes to the square meters. But then if it comes to height, I cannot put everything here. So basically, I've got my desk on that side, and it's the same desk, same setup, only one floor higher. And then next to the desk, I have a shelf where this printer usually sits, my workbench, one little shelf with 2 prints on it, because not everything from the old studio is here. I still need to move several things over, like one of those shelves as well. One shelf with some resin printers. They are going to sit on in the room behind me. It's not big, it's like 250 meter. 2 meter 50. Also roof sections, stuff like that. Um, the dormer that I have on this side, it's not behind this wall. So the space there is a little bit more limited. But then I've got a space where I can put my resin printers. I got 2 resin printers and a wash and cure station. And some other malicious stuff that I want to place there. So eventually I hope to have here enough space. There are some items in this room as well that shouldn't belong here. Yeah, I needed to expand, and that's what I did. And so far it's I like it. I'm sitting basically more here than on my desk or at my desk. Now this week I decided to do some more live streams instead of making videos, and in the end the live streams are videos as well. Okay, understood. Cool. So yeah, I want to have the printers be meaningful. So now I'm working on this printer that it has a purpose, that it can be used for sending prints over, and that I'm confident in, like it's going to work, you know that feeling. Yeah, so that's basically what I want to do. So we are back to the fluid configuration. Yeah, so I don't have a door in here, so sounds from downstairs you can hear pretty well. Not much info about that here. You're lucky you have an attic to move to. I live in an apartment and my studio is the size of a jail cell. Really? But I don't know how big it is in meters. But just like I was also very limited in the space. I try to use the space as efficient as possible. Stacking where stacking is possible. I have here 2 windows that I can fully open, but in case like having a printer like this standing in front of it would make it a little bit harder to open the window fully. You are living in Germany, you know those windows that you can, small opening small and opening bigger, fully open it or half open it, something like that. He seems to be pretty well set up so far. Yeah, there are some little things that I still need to do. You don't see it maybe on camera, or maybe you do if you look very carefully. No, in the frame that I'm looking at, it's not visible. But under the windows there should be also sliding doors. That is going to be done later. Also on the other side of the camera, there's an area that I can see and you can't, but that one also needs to be taken care of. And then some other things. Maybe in the future I'm going to make custom shelves made out of wood, made out of 3D printed parts. Maybe I'm going to see if I can do more in the making instead of tutorials. Maybe I'm going to risk it, I don't know. I need to see which kind of direction I want to go to with my channel, because not everybody is keen on the things that I'm currently doing, because the views are not that much, to be honest. Let's see. We were working on Clipper. So it says pause resume not found. So if I'm going to the home screen, macros. So I've got 2 here. Macros. Yeah, so if I'm looking here in the system, no, configuration. Let's scroll over this. Yeah, so cancel print was, what was the error message? Do I need to put somewhere? Wait. Just wait a second. No. Include. Include main Moonraker? Is that a thing? Do I need to do that? Moonraker.cfg. Config. Moonraker config. Config. Right? Was it written like that? Conf. I don't know if I need to do this, but I know from the main sales side, there is something that you need to include in there. Maybe I screw it up. Maybe I don't. I don't know. once okay, so this is working. So that was not it. Maybe I should do that. Terminal. Do I know what I'm doing? Shell. Terminal. Open. No. So how to get to the Pi? Or else I will do that on my normal computer, which looks a little bit crazy. I think I will do that because I don't want to take it that long. Just a second. Let's see. Yeah, let's go for win SCP. Close. Login. Connecting to a host. So Zachary. And so it needs printed data G codes. Okay, so Zachary / printed data / G codes / So that is the path. So I assume that all of these the only changes that I need to make are in printer config. So So basically, home, Zachary, printer data, / printer data / G code files. That's basically the full path for the virtual SD card. Zachary with capital Z. home/Zachary/printer data/Gcode slash. Gcode of Gcode files. Gcodes. Gcodes. So basically, Gcodes. There it was named a little bit different. So if I Gcodes. So this is, I think that this is it. And if it's not, it's not. Let's see. You seem to be very well. Your videos are great. I'll give you a shout out if you like. Oh yeah, sure. Cool, thanks. Hey Tunkai, hello, hello, hello. What is the issue? I'm working on Clipper. Hey Bearded Printer. How are you doing? Great to see you. Yeah, currently I'm working on getting Clipper to work, and this part is the uh, setup requirements can be found here. So, oh, I can make it very simple and easy. If Fluid requires your printed be set up with virtual SD card. This allows the file upload to work correctly. If you get a G-code path not found error in Fluid, it's generally the first place to look. Yes. How to solve that? Because G-code files. It says G-code files. Ooh. G-code files. And mine says, ah, oh, wait a second. Do I have a folder of that? Let me check. And for so G-code files, save and restart. You know, received is that. Expect is that. Yeah, no. Then we change it to into that, right? Stop complaining. Stop complaining. You want that? Yeah, you'll get that then. Here, hopla. Lots of floods. Now stop complaining. More! Holy really? Oh my gosh. Okay, so pause resume. Not found in printer configuration. Pause resume. Pause resume. Do I have that? Copy. Printer config. Nee. I'm adding a line to the config file and then suddenly view pause resume documentation. Is that something that I also should do? Is that something that I need to add? These can be assumed sane defaults, but should be checked and modified to your own needs. Where do I find those? Because if I click on here, I have added now pause resume. Yeah. But okay. But where are the macros? Where are macros in Fluid? Are they all in here? So okay, close. So there's a macro, G-code macro cancel print, pause, resume, set next layer. How do I add more macros to this? Client extrude. Okay, so I see that the fluid config has a lot has a lot, because this file has a cancel print and a power off macro, but no other macros. So should I add them here? So basically, almost set to go. Almost. I've got here macros, 2, cancel print and power off, but I want to have more macros if possible. So first, the thing that I need to check is homing. So now I'm going to check if I can add the camera. So, because before, the thing is, I need to check, I want to show you how this looks like. without moving this camera higher. Settings, cameras. Full action. Let's say like Ender cam. Not a cam. Ender cam. Add. Whoa. We we have visuals. Now I need to put it on a place where I can show the camera. Yes! Screen is working. The camera is working. Now see if the axes are all correct. That is going to be a different kind of story. Yeah. Yeah, this camera is very limited. Yeah. Yeah, I cannot do this because that's then in the way. Yeah, this is one of those Oh, so this is how my room looks like. And this is how I look like. Maybe I can see if I can. No, I see that the frame rate is pretty low on the Undercam. Yeah, the downside of this camera is this is a typical laptop webcam. Oh, and I need to add the BL touch to it as well. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, so I'm going to raise that camera because I'm not really sure about the camera right now. And let's see. Hi bearded printer, howdy Tunkai. What seems to be officer? Done. Like ignore spelling. Okay. Yeah, I just the thing is, I'm working here with one screen and one for the stream so that I can see what's going on. But basically, just I copy the expected into the config file, and that seems to solve the issue. You, yeah, I use the Clipper installation assistant updates host. Expect it's literally saying what it needs to be. Yeah, I know. Expected. It's literally yeah. You can add them. You can add macros there, or you can define another file in printer config. Yeah. I have to go. Take a while. See you next time, man. Have a great evening. Thank you. You can also create a directory in the root called macros, then EA create file in that directory, custom macros, and then include macros. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And every file that you then create with macros. Yeah. So first things first, I first need to go back in Fluid and first check where half of the build plate is. So, yep, I thought that. That would be midpoint. You don't see it, right? I know, I know. Yeah. But basically, the webcam I can attach to the ceiling that is above the printer, and then you get a nice top view, maybe. So I entered 130, but because those are both 0.9 degrees per stepper motor, it's going to that. So back into the configuration, Clipper, I don't know what's going to happen. So now I'm going to do another time 130. That seems to be right. Nice. Shall we lower the bed a little bit? I know that this isn't the best solution to measure it, but I need to know. Yeah, so it really depends on how this build plate is set up. And so I need to check again in the config file. So yeah, the micro steps I changed from 16 to 32. But I can also change the rotation distance instead of having 40, like 80 or like 20. Because if I change it to 16, was it louder or was it softer? Anyways. Um, yeah, the Z max is like 400. Because I can now click on the screen and say like home. Because this screen is now working. And if I enter here 0, it does do that. If I click here on 0, So that would mean if I'm going to print something, I don't know how far that I will come, but if I would print something, for example, calibration cube, it should be 20 times 20 times 20. If it diverges from it, it means that not all settings are correct. Yeah, I put some glue stick on it, so I hope that that would stick as well. I know that the bed is level. I did that yesterday before I started the stream. The only thing that I need to do is reading the parts for the clipper or the BL Touch. Here it says, wait, I have some missing config bed mesh. So yes, it is already prepared, but I need to add the parts for the bed mesh. So enable for BL Touch. Yeah, let's do that then. Then I assume that I need to do this as well. BL Touch. And able to use the BL Touch. Disable to use the BL Touch. Yeah. So far so good. I don't. Okay. So shall I try to do the bed leveling again? Homing. Interesting. So the BL Touch has a little issue still. So the BL Touch gives a little issue here. If you need help with any of that, I can help. Well, Tunkai, thank you very much. But sometimes I also like to figure it out myself, because it's cool to figure it out. So it's failing to deploy. So I need to check what reason there is for that. Is there a way that I can try the BL Touch? I don't see anything happening here. Oh yeah, it's close. Okay, so if I'm yeah, so is there also a way to deploy the pin? I mean, yeah, of course, it's, you know, if I click on here, sending, do I need to type that as well? Sending BL Touch, BL Touch debug command is this pin down. Is that also a thing? Oh. And then I will do it without those. Oh, okay. Even one less? Yeah, fine. We do that. If I pull on here, can I do that? Oh, it is magnetic, so it does work. Alles afwezen. Then we do like this. Nothing happens. Ooh, interesting. So if that doesn't do that, but it's still magnetic, then I would say in here we have the sensor pin. It's not going to explode. So it's blinking. As you can see, it's now blinking, so there is something going on. Now let's see if I can. And I think there is something I need to do. Let's see. Let's see. I have to go. Okay. Sunday stream again? I don't know. Uh, Friday, yes. Sunday, I'm not really sure. Gary T, how are you doing? So I'm working here on some last parts of Clipper Fluid, trying to get the BL touch working. So in here, the little hat, look, there it's back. So it's not doing that thing. So the BL touch isn't working at this moment. Mm, So the BL Touch isn't working at this moment. So I need to figure out how to solve that. Maybe not today. So uh, so uh, and here also the bed mesh. So I've got something. So I need to find a different spot for the camera because now at this moment it is not looking nice at all. So this is not most ideal. I need to find a place where I can put the camera right onto the bed. Yeah, so maybe I should do this. Yeah, I know, it looks very messy. Yeah, maybe at this moment this is the only thing I can do. Yeah, so I need to put something underneath it that it's, I can point it a little bit down because now it's, my gosh. I can try that. I can do it like this, but I don't know how well it keeps sitting. Yeah, for the time being, perfect. Now, I need to load up filament. So I'm going to yeah, so I'm going to heat up the hot end. Wait, I need to check that profile in order to make sure that the PLA heating temperature is to spec. Printer config. Where do we have the temperatures? Okay, so presets, heater off. Then I will take, where is that spool? Yeah, there is also filament runout detection on this printer. I need to find where I have it so I can put it back here and insert it there. Settings, filament. So I don't see any filament detection activated, so that's good. Brightness. filament. Now it's now on temperature. Retract. So I see something happening, so that's good. Yeah, so there's not a heater cartridge on there that is fast. Extruder already active. Really? So? Why is it taking... So? So? Yeah. So, that was that part. Then we are going to do a manual level because we really want to make sure that everything is as it's supposed to. Okay, let's go to point number 1. So we are at let's go to point. So now so set offset set offset set. So that was that. Now let's start Orca Slicer. Yeah. So prepare. We are going to add another printer. Well, add, remove printer. This one. Confirm. Yeah. So, and we are going to say like clipper. So, test. Working correctly. Yes. Now for a little test, I don't expect anything of it, but let's print a Voron cube, and let's slice the plate and send it over. Wait. Generic PLA high speed. Need to slice it again. Print time 1 hour and 26 minutes. I don't care. Print. Send a print. And now we are having this screen as well. So. I have no idea what I can expect, but we will see. So this I make into 66 of a 60. Oh. And we are printing a Voron cube on a Creality Ender-6. Yeah, so currently we are at the home screen from this, but I don't see anything happening here on this screen. So you can control it basically, but I wish there was a way that you could see the actual where you could see the status. Yeah, so if I need to understand this correctly, the file says 4 hours and 9 minutes, but of course we are not going to do that long, right? Yeah, for some reason, if you click on full screen, you will you you think it would be full screen, but it's just the screen. Yeah. But hey, we have a working webcam. We have sent the print over. It's printing. The display is working. So I got more boxes that I could take off during this action, this stream. This is cool. Um, yeah. Let's see. Um, Gary T, how are you doing? I'm doing all right. Coder, how are you doing? Welcome. Wow, big printer. Yeah, it's still running, right? Yeah. So this, yeah, I had a little shock. So this is Creality Ender-6, one of my first Core X, no, the first Core XY that I bought, because I thought that this machine was amazing, and I still think it's an amazing machine. Um, it's big. It's uh, it's it's basically the grandfather of the Creality K1. Yeah, all metal extruder. Science Sniper, hey, hi, how are you doing? Sorry, I did saw your message, but I couldn't respond because I was working on the Clipper site to get it done before the stream started. You know, all metal extruder, all metal hot end, Bowden. Now, if I erase the camera, you will see that it is printing, because I don't want to switch. Hey, blank. Still have my linear rails and clipper. She's a beast. Yeah, I see a lot of. If I sometimes see print forums, I see also people using this one next to their bamboos, but still, I saw print forums loaded with those. Yeah, you can still see the print going, and you can see me. Yeah, you can see me. If I can push it down a little bit. Yeah, so this is what I'm printing. Also in the same filament, by the way. Let's see if I can. No, that one doesn't take. Let's see. No. Yeah, I want to also be able to read the chat as well. Yeah, so from Wham I have a plate that would fit on this one, so I will probably exchanging those. So my audio is back again. Now you can hear me. I don't know how long people couldn't hear me. Nobody heard my sneezing. Yeah. The thing is, I can speed uh, the printing up, but the thing is, this is not a high flow hot end. So you can go as fast as you want and push filament through, but if the hot end isn't able to melt it fast enough, you will get some under extrusions and other artifacts in your print that you don't want to have. So this printer, normally in the old days and the OG days of Creality, this printer was able to push out 120 millimeters per second. I usually did like 80 till 100. And the Creality Ender-7, the Grinder 7, let's say like that, that one was able to push out 250 millimeters per second print speed. The thing is, however, um, I don't know in the future what Marlin is going to do, because basically, if you want to have a fast running printer, you need to install Clipper, Mainsail, or Fluid. And then you also need to have a Core XY printer, because that's key to have a fast printer, a high flow hot end, stuff like that. Now, I think that the people from Marlin are also working on it to push out faster print speeds, and you know, basically try to keep up with the speeds. I think they come with something decent, something nice. So within a few weeks, I'll see. I have ordered a fetus dragon dragonfly hot end, or dragon hot end. I don't know. That one is an high flow hot end. I need to see where I have it, then replace it, and then push the speeds a little bit more. And then we are going to see if I can do like 10k acceleration or 20k, pushing the print speeds, the jerks, stuff like that, and let this baby go and fly even faster. Because why not? It's a Core XY, it's running Clipper, so why not having the possibility to go faster? Yeah, so I also need to install the Raspberry Pi somewhere in the casing here. I already printed something for it so that I can stick it to the back plate and then have everything sitting nicely. I took the doors out. I think I will leave it like that. I also took out the bottom plate. Maybe it's for good reason, you know. Yeah, so this works, I guess, as a microphone. Right? There's a cable. And I clipped it on the cable. So I got from a parcel delivery that something from China arrived. So Wednesday I'm going to pick it up and then I'm going to start printing parts for it. And in the meantime, I also need to find the right batteries for it. Because the death racer is here almost. Yeah, so I can already tell or say that I'm going to use the same color combination for the death racer that I did do on the positron. So I need to find the files. I need to also buy some CPU because the threads are made from TPU. So yeah, print is going fine. At least I think it's going fine. It is slow. Shall I turn up the speed? Um, so let's let it go for a quarter faster. Come on, it's running Clipper. It's supposed to be faster. I remember the other time that when I started with this printer, that I put it on a faster print speed as well. Hmm. It's taking its sweet time. Hey, Kisker! I wish I had room for all my printer and project. Lol. I have my Mach X on a 6 feet table. I sleep partially under. Oh, really? Where do you live then? You have something like a door room or some uh, some some cupboard or so where you put the printer? Magneto X. Oh yeah, I would also sleep underneath that. Yeah, the printer. That printer is big and heavy as well. But dude, you have the Magneto X. That's cool. That's really really cool. I said to Mark when we were talking last year at Remurf, I said to him like, "Oh, don't worry, I'm not going to steal a Magneto X. I really want one, but you know, it's too heavy. I cannot get it with me on the airplane." USA, just one room. Finances are tough. Yeah. Oh, the good news is I can turn the bed. Oh, yeah. When was it? Last week when I was very intensely printing parts for the positron ABS parts to print as fast as possible. I think coming week will happen as well, or later this week. So what's the case? I This room always gets, during the evenings and nights, gets really cold. It's the attic. During the day it's getting extremely warm, but in the evening and nights it's really cooling down a lot. And yeah, when I'm sitting on my normal desk, is really getting cold. Like the temperature says now 20, 22 degrees. But sometimes when I'm sitting there, it's really cold, and I'm taking my hoodie, and then all will be fine, you know. But still very cold. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a guy. I think that is cold. Anyways, so when I was printing those ABS parts, two printers printing ABS with door closed, the whole room was like 28 degrees. And I don't have any heater here, so I'm really depending on the printers that they, you know, will keep me warm. um, yeah, it's cool. It's cool in theory, but the print quality I can seem to get. I have to replace the Y linear rail. Oh, that's terrible, dude. That is really terrible. So when you're talking about the Y linear rails, you are meaning the longer distance, right? Or is that the shorter distance? The Y axis. I think the short distance. Yeah. But I have heard that I heard that I have heard those kind of issues more, that people were, you know, replacing the linear motors. I don't know. In my honest opinion, I would say like it should be under the warranty. I didn't understand that. Uh, Patrico, why is longer on this particular machine? The machine is kind of rotated. Oh, how many millimeters is it going? Well, currently, because this is an older 3D printer and it doesn't have a high flow hot end, I'm currently printing at a little bit faster speed. It is running Clipper, but still a little bit limited. Currently, basically, I'm printing at basically everywhere. It's like 35% printed. Oh, I see a little bit color difference in the part where I started with speeding it up. But basically, currently at this moment, the print speed is. There's no general print speed. Yeah, 125%, but it's going everywhere. Yeah, according to this, I'm seeing what I'm printing. It will be finished 5 minutes past 1 a.m. in the morning, so less than an hour. I don't believe that. Yeah, so if I'm going for an high flow hot end, uh, then that would mean that I I already have one. I need to install it, so that is something I'm going to do soon. Once that is done, I need to go back into the printer config file and make some adjustments. Also, the file is printed or is sliced in Orca Slicer with the standard Creality Ender-6 profile. I need to fine tune that. That will come later. But I wanted to have something printed on this printer to see if all things are working as it's supposed to. Oh, they sent parts. I got a new power supply, new linear motor, new wires, new hot end. Hey, if you put all those things on the side, can you build a whole new Magneto X? Asking for a friend? They sent all sorts of new things to try. Just no luck for my personal case. Oh. My standard Ender-5 uses a speed of 140 millimeters per second and an acceleration approximately 8,000. Yeah, I think that my acceleration currently is also on 8,000, but I'm going to see if I can push those limits more. But that needs to be tweaked in the near future live streams. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Friday. I don't know. I think I know what I'm going to do Friday, but I need to see how much preparation I can do for the Friday evening stream. But currently, my acceleration is 500. Yeah, it's really printing well. It's doing its thing. It's not going super duper fast or so. It's doing what it's supposed to do. Almost can build another Magneto X, but showing the yeah. I painstakingly put a beacon on it to help with the first layer issues seems to have worked. Now I figure out X bars, which are not VFA. I don't know what VFA means. But hey, I mean, it is currently printing. I can go as fast as I want to, but at this moment I don't want to do that. I'm going to do that later. Just get a printing finished as first print after a long while. Because this one was basically, again, a storage compartment. I mean, I don't know if it is a familiar thing, but, you know, huge printer taking up a lot of space. And if you are not using it, you can use it to store some spools of filament or other stuff that you want to have a place for. Yeah. Oh, vertical fine artifacts. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. The ghostings. Yeah, at least the 6 wasn't bad as the 7. No. I mean, this part is annoying. I know. This is not the nicest part of the whole printer. But here are the belts. So I cannot do anything with it. There are ways to get around it so that you can cut this. The Ender-7, however, had no belts on the front side. So But Joel telling that, I mean, like, if it doesn't make any sense to have the bar in between, why would you use it? You know. And this bat is really sturdy. You know, not unlike the one that Joel got that was, I think, bended. It was bent, right? And with the grinder going through it to cut the part out, because you don't want to have any obstruction if you want to see what the hot end is doing, and not as a visual thing for on YouTube or during streams or something like that. But you need to check if the print is going to lay down the first layer, that it is actually printing the first layer nicely. The soon if you see something happening and going wrong, uh, you want to see if you can abort the print, not like eyeballing right over the top of the printer. See, oh, maybe no. Yeah, it's something that Creality should think better about. Oh, and by the way, Joel telling mentioned my video that I made a video about the Creality Ender-7 because he didn't heard anything about it. I was at that moment, I was live streaming as well, and somebody said, Zach, Joel was talking about you. And I was like, really? Why? Then they then they mentioned that about the Ender-7. I was like, oh, I was making free advertisement for Creality about the Ender-7 to inform people about it. Yeah, so I make those. Back then I was called closer look videos, but now it's renamed to Zach React. Hey, the Wit 3D Canada, how are you doing? Welcome to my Creality Ender-6 live stream. Yeah, I'm running Clipper on this machine. The camera is working. The display is working. The only thing that's not working currently is the BL Touch. It's refused to deploy. But hey, that's okay. I'm also not always listening to what other people say to me. Haha. Did you get it working, the turtle box? Yeah, the cool thing about Clipper and the codes and stuff like that. I mean, in some ways, it looks challenging, but I like that. I like those kind of challenges. Just trying out, see if I can fix the issue without, looking into documentations and try try to get it done for me instead of by me. Okay. I got the cutting issue fixed. Well, what was? Were you looking at the right spot? Just fine tuning the rewind now. Patience is key. Yeah. No, find these things very interesting. You know, figuring out, looking for the solutions, trying things. Sometimes it's very obvious, and sometimes it's right under my nose, and I'm looking for a solution, and I can't find it, and then it was there all the time. No, I was in the different config file, and it was just a matter of changing the XY setting from one, -1 to center of the bed. Really? So in the printer.config, there you had to change the bed center then? No, it was in one of the box turtle config files. Wow. Yeah. Okay, makes sense. Well, if I'm looking to this, um, it looks like that the print is going to be finished before 2 minutes past 1 a.m. Well, I have no idea how well this print quality is. Um, I've got here the Voron cube partially printed on the positron, and I can compare how this looks like versus what is now being printed there. So if it looks better or equal, then I'm happy. If it is not, I know that I need to fine tune the printer config file a bit more. But I mean, like, it is printing, it's extruding filament, it's laying there, it's laying in a certain way. I can definitely see the Voron cube, so it's not that it's looking like a boat or something, or like a mini. So yeah. So I've got here an command M201, M203, M205. I think that are the start G-code commands in Orca Slicer for this printer. So also there needs to be a little bit fine tuning. And so I can, after this one is finished, I can compare it to another Voral cube that I have printed. Um, see if it is better or same size. So it, yeah. Hey, Make a Viking, how are you doing? Great to see you, man. Ding. I'm okay, sick as a dog on the couch still. Oh, get well soon, man. Did you Make a Viking? Did you actually watch Vikings and so on Netflix? Because like last couple of weeks, I've been watching Vikings and Vikings Ragnarok or Valhalla. Valhalla, great series. Huh. I was looking for the Voron cube and I was like, where did I put it? It's right underneath the camera. Good show. I've seen until season 3 or 4, I think. Yeah, the thing is, we started with the older one, or older one, the newer one, um, and then we started to watch the older series, the with 6 seasons. And the thing is that I was like, oh, this is basically like Game of Thrones, like a little story about the Vikings, stuff like that. Then I was so interested in the Vikings. I was Googling it and finding some Wikipedia pages, and I was reading over it, and I was like, oh shit. That is actually quite a lot. Series and history based. Then I even appreciated it even more. I was like, wow, this is a really cool series. Usually, I'm a guy that likes tech and sci-fi, and I don't want to say disaster movies, but you know what I mean. Um, and so, first Game of Thrones, then House of the Dragon, and then Vikings, or Viking, yeah, Vikings. And yesterday I started to watch um, the first episodes, first season of the Umbrella Company, just to see if I'm going to look for a new series after the Vikings are finished. And I'm like, um, I don't like that. I want to watch something else. Much of it is based upon history. Yeah, it's cool. I really like it. I mean, like, I I watched Game of Thrones and then Game of Thrones House of the Dragon. Um, and I was like, yeah, now I'm going to watch Vikings. I have no idea what to expect from it, but it's one of my favorites. I just went through season 1 on Bondsman. What's that? Bondsman? Clipper seems to be working towards native linear motor support, which might help a lot of issues I have. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, so Vikings Valhalla and I hope it's not lagging too much. Um, oh, Kevin Bacon. Oh. Yeah, um, action horror drama. I guess it would be. Yeah, some of the things I saw passing by, I was really like, oh my gosh. Some of these things that the Vikings had to endure were annoying. Like discovering Iceland and then later on Greenland and Newfoundland. I'm like, I said to my wife, I've been to the US, flown over Iceland, Greenland, Newfoundland, or, Canada. I'm like, cool, really cool. So yeah, I would look for some 3D printing or 3D models from Vikings or stuff like that, like a bust or a model or something like that. Yeah, when I don't know if you saw that part when Floki first came into Green Iceland and he saw all the rocks and all the stuff, and I was like, "Yep, that's Iceland." But I have heard from the cabin crew of Play Airlines. Uh, yeah, they said like Iceland is very pretty, but there are some places that are very rough and rocky and basically wasteland where not much is happening. So yeah, within a little bit longer than a month, I will be flying over Iceland, Greenland again. Very much looking forward. Well, Waxter made the mini Mega Viking for me. I think. I think I have you. I think I have you as a mini. Yeah, basically now I have now I have this working. I will be putting it back on its original spot where I'm going to leave it. Um, I can I can send it from my desktop with Orca Slicer to the printer. I have been meaning to make more Viking inspired designs. Yeah, I mean from the stuff that you design, some have you know the naming of the legends or the mythological things, if they call it like that. Hey Jax Faxton, how are you doing? Those AB motor mounts are cool. Are they aluminum or printed? Those are aluminums. Those are the I think LDO ones for the Creality CR200B. They were sent by LDO to me in order to test them out on the Creality Ender-6 I made several years ago. I made a video about them, how to install them or replace the AB drives from the Ender-6 to those. Those are from Nuck 3D. He designed them together with LDO. Very beautiful stepper motors. But if you are running the standard Creality Ender-6, the 0.9 degree per stepper motors, they are going to be difficult to get in the standard firmware. So if you're running Clipper, you can just double the number and it's running fine. It's what I also did here when I was fine-tuning the Clipper, the printer config file. The rotation distance was 40 and no 16, and I gave in, instead of 260 I gave in 130, and then instead of having the hot end sitting in the middle, it was sitting on 3/4 of the bed. So I knew, like, no, I need to change the rotations. Norse mythology. I have, let's say like this, Make a Viking. Before the series, I have heard about it, I have read about it, but never really paid a lot of attention to it. But then after watching these two series, I am more interested in that. I had Clipper on mine. It's had linear rails and a BQ H2 V2 extruder. The solids did have the... Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah. I still have a E3D Hemera extruder. Believe it or not, I still have that. And I don't mean the latest version, no, the first version. Currently 15 people watching or 14 people, 14 likes. Yeah, you are all amazing. Thank you for being here. My name is Zachary. Um, Usually I post 2 videos a week, Wednesday and Friday. Everything is 3D printing related, so it can be tutorials, it can be troubleshooting, it can be news related things like Zach react to brand new 3D printers that are going to hit the market because the channel is not very big. So printer brands don't find me or don't want to work with the channel yet. So sometimes I give my thoughts, ideas, and opinions about a printer when they are going to hit the market soon. But further than that, I also do live streams every Friday evening, and sometimes some wild other things as well. You can also find me on Twitter, Zachary 3D Prints. I had the first version of the Hemera, which was branded Hemeras. Oh, yeah, I think mine is called Hemera. But basically, with the bigger stepper motor and some other things that were for the first version, I, I I never got it really out of the box. The box is still sealed. Maybe I will auction it off for the next Sanjay Mortimer Rep Fest, which is in next year March. I mean, I I really enjoyed the venue that they had in Manchester. Yeah, some of the things were a little bit more expensive, but still were manageable. So I really hope that they are going for the same venue because hotel, the venue, everything was within walking distance of 5 minutes. There's a mount for the original Amera on the Ender-6. I went with the H2 for price and weight mostly. Oh yeah, makes total sense. Makes total sense, Jack. Um, I see the box from E3D. Yeah, there are some things that I need to change then, and I don't think I want to do that. The Chimera is going to be installed on one of my Ender-3s or something. I don't know. But just like mentioned, I think I'm thinking about it to actually auction it off. Maybe next time, if I'm going to the Rocky Mountains Rap Fest, maybe I would put some signatures from people on there. Huh? Yeah, slow and steady. I think 2 minutes past 1 a.m. is going to be the time that it is actually going to finish. They had the chance. Uh, they had to change the name shortly after launch since they got into copyright issue with Emirates, the company Hermes. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, yeah, I remember that. Yes, it's looking good. And so far as I see the model that is being printed, doesn't look that bad, but it's slow. Nice. It's looking great. Not perfect, but And then um, in the not so far future, I'm going to install Clipper on my Super Racer as well. So that's going to be a little bit faster. I'm also going to see if I can add a bigger screen so that we have a nice Clipper screen for the Super Racer, and also camera. Now, come on. So like mentioned earlier in the live stream, I need to install a buck converter in here as well, so that I don't have an external power supply needed for my Raspberry Pi, so that it is all internally, so that all works a whole lot better. I need to install also the filament run out sensor. There is one, but I don't know where exactly it is. But if I find it, then I will install it on there as well. Um, yeah. No, hurry up. Yeah, I see some around the edges on places from the cube which supposed not to be there, or they are very visible. And what I mean is, like, if you're looking to this one, the lines here are very appearing. So I need to fine tune that in the future. I think the it's called the input shaper a little bit. Smooth time. So I know that Hot Makes is going to go live within a few minutes. So I am not going to drag the live stream any longer than it needs to be. But if this print is done, it's then 2 minutes before 1 a.m. So I think it looks great. I'm happy. Display is working, camera is working. We can see a live feed coming from it. All done because I installed, instead of Mainsail, which I had previously, now running Fluid. And yeah, all boxes that I wanted to take off today, I could take off. Display, camera, Fluid installation, and printing. Still some small things, but I will do that maybe in the future. During other live streams, or maybe off camera, off stream, I don't know. And so I'm running at 125% of the speed. I can increase that a bit more. Yeah, so now it's starting to finish the top layers. Did he? Let's see. There's only one thing that I see what is not doing. So the whole print was printed without the hot end fan running. Wow. So that's something that I also should look for. So yeah, definitely something that I need to look into. Now, come on, finish. So that is finished. And I need to check why the hot end fan isn't running. Anyways, no, I need to wait. Anyways, I'm going to end this live stream. So the calibration cube finished, or the Voron cube finished. Uh, I'm very happy with the result, but there is a little side note that the parts cooling fan wasn't working properly, but also the hot end fan. Anyways, so that's the thing that I need to check for a future stream. And for watching, being here, liking, subscribing, and I will see you in the next one. Peace. Bye bye.